Hello! Hello, everybody! Hello! Hello! Do you guys hear me alright? Making sure. Okay, then what the fuck? On my little control panel thingy, it's saying audio service is not working. What? I don't. I don't understand. Sound control panel. Like, what the? Hold on. It is default. Hmm. I don't know if you guys can hear. Were you guys able to hear the music that was playing earlier too? If so, then what the fuck is my computer talking about? Apparently. Yeah, could you guys hear the music from earlier? So you could. So like, what the fuck, computer? Yeah, my control panel says the audio service is not working. What? But yeah, you guys can hear everything. What?
I wouldn't question it.
Right. So it's just being a dick. Okay, got it. Alright, let me boot up my spoofy. Everybody in here, you're required to name your next dog Spoofy.
Nerf this!
Oh, I didn't see what that was. Oh, Kenny with the $10 donation.
Cannon as always.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. You're gonna name your next dog Gurr. Name him Spoofy. Alright, speaking of Spoofy, one sec. I need to bring up the thing for my current playing song and all that shit. I opened the wrong one. Fuck me. One sec. Hopefully OBS and Restream are, doing okay now, because there was a time where they would like lag or like just shut down entirely. So hopefully they finally fixed that. I hope they did. Does it sound different? Sound better? Sound worse? Explain. Exactly. Kia! Alright, one sec. I'm bringing up a spoofy. We're also bringing up some Final Fantasy 14. Uh, saying what? Give me a line. This doesn't happen often, so make it count.
What, going in Goku's?
Yep.
So let my lips say what they wanna say, and let my hips move how they wanna move, and let my hands do what they wanna do. I don't trust myself around you. It's like my body got a mind of its own.
It's from Sierra's new album.
I'm begging for two.
Thought the song was pretty neat.
And I don't know what.
Trust Myself by Sierra.
Trust myself around you. We can chill, we can chill, we can laugh together.
Oh, nice.
Tell me your fantasy and we'll do that together. Pull my hair, love me good, and I'll be back forever with you. With you, you, you. You the man, baby, let me tell you. Hit me
I'm
up,
good, Andrea. How are you?
no, I don't get jealous. Breathe me in, oxygen, turning up a level with you. With you, you, you. I try to contain it, but I can't explain it. I'm feeling so crazy. I try to be sane, but your kiss got me faded. I'm
So hey, Dylan.
Oh, I love it.
Hugs are pretty cool. Yeah, Alan, what do you want me to say as Goku? Once again, this doesn't happen often, so make it count. CL is a scrub and doesn't listen to R&B.
Not a whole lot of it.
Are you on yet?
Well, I'm on the game. Not live.
Really? That's all you want? Just a Kamehameha? I am a cat girl. Bitch, I look like Kyrie. See? Bitch, I look like Kyrie. Alright. Well, okay. Kamehameha! There you go. Ta-da!
You jump like that.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, she's setting up at the moment. Alright, we're waiting for CL because, we're gonna do dungeons and shit because I'm one level away from level 50. So, I'm waiting on her. Is my music going on this? Because I don't want to get fucking demonetized by YouTube for playing fucking music. So this, like the Final Fantasy music needs to be loud enough to where it's, you know, commingling with it and shit. And it's so jumbled up that they don't know what the fuck is what.
That's what I'm trying to do. Yep, there it is. It always runs 2 and I don't know why. Why do you do this to me?
I've lived a lot of lives, and I've peed on a lot of stuff. This may the story of a dog's purpose continues. I don't have all the answers. No matter what, I'll never leave you.
A Dog's Journey, rated PG, in theaters.
If all of y'all have fucking Final Fantasy 14, we could. Get it, Joe. You won't. You won't do it. Get Final. You know.
We all have things in our
Dude,
lives that become
fucking
habits.
Heaven Sword is free right now. It's the
I
second
have to check social
expansion.
media first.
Shit, I'm pretty sure the both expansions are on sale for fucking $20 still.
Wearing your seatbelt
For PC.
increases your chance of surviving a crash by
Yep.
60%. Visit PennDOT.gov/safety for more information.
Well, once again, I bought Stormblood and Heaven Sword for $20.
Give it a bit, Jaden. Give it a bit. Mine takes a few minutes to, you know,
Okay, are you live?
walk.
Another good song by Ciara from her new album. I'm not sure if you like. She's the chick who used to do fucking My Goodies and all that shit back in the day. She's back and her music's just great as ever. And the video for this, she can still dance her ass off. I swear to God, she's the freaking modern day Janet Jackson. Chris Brown is the modern day fucking Michael. She's the modern day Janet.
Hi, Kevin.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and invite CL. Invite to party.
When I'm good, ready to do it, Galaxy. You read my community post, you know why. Calm down. Get out more good soon, I promise.
Okay. I think Orem Vale is the highest one I could do. No, that's that one that was insanely fucking long. Yeah, we gotta do Orem Vale.
Oh, I hate this one.
Everybody hates this
Oh, I
one.
hate this one.
This one sucks.
Have you done this one?
Yeah, multiple times. It fucking sucks.
I know. Fucking hate this dungeon.
Everybody does, dude. It sucks. I might as well wait. They're viewing cutscenes. Hello! Hey, Alex. There you go.
Hey, Nintendo donation.
Hey. Oh, here you go. Go be a tank. You have my blessing. What? Yeah, she never did. Like it's nuts. Like she stopped music for like all those years, and then all of a sudden came back, and she's got one of those albums that's just literally every song on there is great. Like I listened to the whole album, loved every song on there. For fuck's sake, what is this dude doing? What is he doing? Why is he taking more damage than you are? So I should let his dumb ass die then, right? Yeah, you're about to die because I'm trying to keep all of you fucking alive. You didn't have it. He pulled too much. Yeah, I have Nightbot set to do that, guys. If you use the word Goku repeatedly, it will yell at you. Fuck it. Kill me. Kill me. Just kill me. You won't. Yeah, I can heal. It's just there was too much, and I was having to keep the rest of the fucking team alive. And while I was doing that, fucking CL was dying. Yeah.
I had a bunch of mobs, but he went ahead and grabbed a bunch of other mobs, and I didn't notice it, and I didn't grab them right away. I want to redo this again.
Hello!
Why not love the queen? I mean, everybody loves the queen.
Yeah, we're waiting on my mana. Joe, I hope you go to brush your teeth and find out that somebody else used your toothbrush. Yeah, I think what my Nightbot does now is if you mention Goku like more than 3 times or some shit, you'll get timed out. Yeah, this is an old song, fucking All I Do by Be Fast. Whatever happened to them? Like, I think the last song they did was in like 2005 or some shit. Yeah, that card sucks. Welcome back, Alan. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna have to adjust my sound effects and shit, because that shit is overpowering as fuck. It hurts my ears. One sec, let me turn down my sound effects and shit. Yeah, that's way too loud. It's blaring the shit out of my ears. Okay, I'm good. I put Joe, I hope you go to brush your teeth and accidentally put fucking preparation H on your toothbrush.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna struggle dealing with this, so I don't pull a whole lot. This one's a pain in the ass.
I hope your cat fucking sprays on all your clothes. That is bars. Like, do you know how difficult it is to get cat pee out of shit? Like, bruh. Well, I hope you get a cat and he sprays on all your clothes. Yeah, it makes sense. What is... He's pulling people again.
Huh?
This idiot's pulling again.
He can't pull. This is a boss fight.
Then why the fuck is he receiving more damage than you are?
Because he's fucking switchy. Maybe for the, yeah, supposed to be talking about it. I'm ready to go. Yeah, like on stack 2, or...
That's unfortunate, Alan. I'm about to fucking die. I'm dead. Well, I didn't have anything on me. No. It's been made clear nobody's gonna, Yeah. Well, no, it was more specifically my sister's cat used to do that shit. He needs to stop fucking pulling shit. Huh? Yeah, he refused to let you tank. That went downhill the moment he pulled fucking aggro from you. No, he was taking more damage than you were. And then I had to keep up with you, and then after that, it went downhill from there. No, he had it. Yeah, he's trying to play fucking tank as a DPS. He's being an idiot, is what he's doing.
How about the
People who don't know what hip-hop is call it that. Because there's really no such thing as rap. Hip-hop is the difference.
Sorry, Joe. I don't know why it's buffering. It's fine right now. Why am I going so fast?
Don't question it. Be happy she is. God damn it. You know. Just be happy she is. This is a fucked up tale of Pokemon. Gone wrong, gone wrong. Y'all are trying to kill my fucking mana, aren't you? Like, for fuck's sake, I can't heal all of you like this. This is ridiculous. I didn't have this much trouble last time, for fuck's sake. This, oh my god. I can't! I don't have any mana left! Like, for fuck's sake! Yeah, I'm out of mana. I can't. That's what it is. They're not fucking eating fruit.
Let's talk. We'd love to take part in our short survey. If you could win a month of
Yes, you do hear Starbound music.
music with Spotify Premium, that means you can enjoy all your favorite artists for free.
I think so. They have to be because, dude,
All you need to do is hit
this, like, I did this dungeon twice earlier.
Spotify Premium lets you play all the songs you're really in love with without any ads. You know, the ones that get your heart racing. The ones that sometimes make you cry. The ones you broke up with for a bit but can't help going back to. With Premium, your music's never interrupted, so it's just you and the tunes. For a limited time, you can get 3 months of Premium for 99 cents. Tap the banner to get acquainted.
Yeah, I know. And they're not. I know I can't. They aren't healing it, and that's part of the fucking problem. Is I can't keep up with it. Doritos are delicious. Yeah, I can't keep up with this. Like, bruh. For fuck's sake. I know. It's just I can't keep up with everybody's shit. I know. I'm working on it. Oh my god. Get your bitch ass up.
Yeah, you're focused between me and you and them lastly. You know, we're okay.
Yeah, I know. It's just the moment I take my eyes off you, they're fucking dying. Like, just fuck.
Continue. You'll be healed.
I'm still working on it.
Not you.
Oh, I just did it. Motherfucker.
You're a little bit ready to work on this.
Ow! For fuck's sake! I don't have line of sight of you. I can't see you. Okay, there we go. I'm out of mana again. Yeah, I'm out of mana.
Right.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I was out of mana.
Oh, I got it. Oh.
I feel like these two aren't doing their fucking job is the problem. Like, not once have I seen them get away from the, the AoEs and shit. They're literally standing right fucking front of it. Especially the fucking, Black Mage. He shouldn't be. I don't know why he is.
Rotate my hair. This actually is the lighter.
Yeah. Ugh. It's awful. But, guys, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of TikTok. I recently just heard about it. Apparently, it's the new Vine. And there's a guy on there who does, Donald Duck videos. Like, it's like, little 5 to 30 second videos of just Donald Duck in random situations and shit. And, he does it with the Donald Duck puppet. And I just ordered a Goofy puppet. And I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna make fucking random ass Goofy videos. Follow me on TikTok, Goofing Up is my name on there. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing goofy shit like that. And about a Goofy puppet. This is a cover band by the name of Amir, doing fucking Justin Bieber's Sorry. See, like in most dungeons, fucking, the only person I ever have to worry about is the tank. But for some reason, these assholes keep getting fucking hurt. I don't understand what the problem is. Like, once again, earlier I ran into this dungeon like 3 times. Had no problem with it. Like, what the fuck?
What do you suggesting, Myra? No.
I can't at the moment. Yeah, I got aggro. Please, for the love of God. Well, I know. But I also have to run and not fucking get damaged or I'll die. I'm a squishy cat girl. What do you want from me? Yeah, Goofing Up. GOOFINUP is my TikTok. Goofing Up.
Do I have TikTok? Like the song?
I have that already. Gert is a cat girl. It's the truth. I am a squishy cat girl. Wait, what? Yep. Yeah, I only have 2 freaking offensive spells. Nuts. Like, I haven't learned anything yet. Like, I don't start getting that shit until like the 50s range, and I'm level 49 at the moment. So soon, I guess. Yes, you do, Joe. What class would you play anyway, Joe? Out of curiosity. Also, this guy's name is a lie. His name says Sky Lancer, but he's playing Black Mage. I feel lied to. Oh, you play a monk? Huh. Interesting. Okay, wait for my mana. Now, get it for PS4 if you can't get it for PC, because it is also for PS4. It's cross-platform.
This guy isn't as hard.
Yeah, this one is just dodge AoEs. This is easy.
I do why?
Alright, let's put those regen passives on you guys. Hey there, fellas! It's your old pal Goofy, and I'm here to tell you that I now have a TikTok. So follow me, or I'll shut you up, dogs. Fuck this guy being fucking paralyzed and shit. Get your ass up. Get your bitch ass up. Get your bitch ass up. And now I'm fucking. Goddamn. One sec. Yeah, CL's gonna start doing Ruby videos, guys. Hold on. Fuck. I'm silenced, so that's the problem. Yeah, I don't do Ed as often as I probably should, but yeah. And also, I gotta start doing my fucking Kid Goku too on the channel. There you go. Here's some damage buffs. I mean, damage reduction for you. Enjoy. And I'm fucking stunned again. Stop paralyzing me, asshole. Ow! Is he almost dead yet? For fuck's sake! He keeps fucking paralyzing me. Make him stop. I can't even get... I'm not standing in it. He's being a dick. I'm not standing in it. Get your bitch ass up. How does she have more subs than me? I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Why am I using you?
Yeah.
Grinding. Connor, you gotta understand the chat is going fast. I am looking at it, but I don't always catch everyone's messages.
Yeah, that would be fun. Playing childhood games with Kid Goku. That'd be cool. You're fine. I got you.
Hurt though.
I can see that. If your bitch ass don't stop dying.
How did that quit hitting so hard?
Did you know that
That's the
Elton John's
brand.
hit times Dancing with
I'm
Women
going to
17th
break.
after Elton and songwriter Boone Toole arrived in LA and inspired by
I'm not even grinding at this point. I'm helping her out right now.
Yeah. If all goes according to plan, this should put me left to level 50.
I'm being addicted.
36 days. That's how long it takes
So, right apparently lives like Ruby Rose. No. Get back here. No.
I don't fucking know. I'm at like 57.3k or some shit.
Go to glassdoor.com/hire.
Like my sub count just started slowing down. I don't know.
But no, I played on Ruby stuff.
And I'll be honest, Uncle Crow.
Not just gonna be reactor.
No, she's doing reacts and gameplays. She's doing both. She's gonna have fucking Facebook going. You'll be able to see Ruby facial reactions and shit. Quit sucking up on what? What are we talking about? This is another great song. Fucking Heart Attack by Demi Lovato. Fuck yeah, dude.
Not King Savage.
I can't hit those notes. I'm never gonna attempt.
Trying to do this to make this point, you know. With this chat, make this chat is not as easy as it looks.
I mean, I'm known for Vic Mignogna impressions, so of course it's not out of my arsenal. Pretty easy, in fact. In fact, I liked it. It's mine. Really? I didn't know you could do that through your tablet. That's interesting. Cause I've never really. You can play remote play through your tablet. That's cool. Huh? How about that? Ow! Okay, I can't keep up with it. It's too much. Fuck. Yeah, that was way too fucking much.
Why are they not AoE? Why are y'all not AoE?
Get your bitch ass up!
No, I should be able to grab that many and not have an issue. They're not AoEing the fucking mob.
I can see that. Your fucking beard's weird.
Yeah, because they're both AoEing so they don't.
Hi, Classy. Also, I did lower like the sensitivity and crap, and, like the how much Nightbot will yell at you guys. So, yeah. What the fuck is hitting me? Something's hitting me. What is hitting me? I have aggro. Please get it off me.
Stop running from me, like, get it!
Well, I can't exactly stay in one spot.
I died because you're getting fucking me!
Get your bitch ass up. Get your bitch ass up.
You got aggro, you bring them to me, then don't run fucking yourself.
I'm dead. That's what's up, Joe. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Dylan. Yeah, I'd be doing basically Goku GT. Like, Kid Goku GT. Like, I actually need to hit these people back up, but, like, I'm not sure if I got cast as Kid Goku for a fucking Abridged series, but I'm pretty sure I did.
I think you can. Well, try to take that. Take mine. Try to get mad and you should. Start with that shit.
Hey, Blaze King.
Damn, Raylan.
I think my next class will probably be Bard. Either that or the gun slinger or whatever the fuck. That the new class that's coming out. It's a tank that uses a gun blade. I'm gonna do that one. Yeah. I actually never played, like, the only Final Fantasy game that I've beaten to completion is Crisis Core. I've never played Final Fantasy VII. I've got like 80 to 90% through 13, and that's it. And I played a lot of Dissidia though.
I'm sure I missed a lot of it. My Discord. I do have a suggested chat room if y'all want to talk to them. Yeah.
Also, this is another fucking good song by Chris Brown. Like, bruh, this song's fucking great. It's Back to Love by Chris Brown. I've got aggro again. Please get them off me. I don't know, get them off me, please. Did Restream crash? Not sure. You guys gotta keep talking or else I get scared. Okay, there you go. Okay. Well, I offer lessons. $15 a session. Okay. Okay, this is a band that from back in the 80s that you youngins wouldn't know nothing about. This is Ready for the World. My uncle is actually the drummer for this band. Willie Triplett. Yeah, music runs in my fucking family. Like, someday I'll play some of my dad's songs. Like, bruh. My dad can sing his ass off. Look at you fucking being paralyzed and shit. Stop it. None of that.
Dude, let me get the flip, let's get it off. There we go, got it. Good.
I'm just too old for you.
Oh, there's one left.
I can do what guys their age can do. Oh baby, let me love you down. Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
Yeah, I like her too. I want to see you all like her.
I got aggro. Please help.
Yeah, true. You don't have aggro right now. You have aggro for sure. You'll die.
Boxes! Somebody help me! Help me, please!
Okay. No, the bush invader is Roy.
Somebody help me! Help me, please! Okay, oh, okay, okay. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Give me your sweet mana. Thank you. God fucking damn it. Okay.
I don't think they have. They have a new Gundam Wing set? Movie coming out? No? Okie dokie. Movement break. Never mind. Never mind. What? Madara, what is your suggestion?
Ah, fuck! Where's the fruit? Okay, never mind.
Now that I can do the chat.
Yeah, I'm not upvoting shit. Y'all were these two were hard-headed as a motherfucker. I'm not upvoting shit. Fuck y'all. And are you fucking kidding me? Nigga, I'm 4K away from level 50. I swear to God. Yeah, I think it only takes like one business day to link your bank account with your PayPal, so yeah. Yeah, if that. It's actually a pretty quick process. Yeah, I'm 4 fucking K away. Are you fucking kidding me? This is bullshit. God damn it. Yeah, you can multi-class. I think it'd be neat for if you were to be a ninja, though. Camp Blue Frog. This should put me over the edge to get level 50.
You hear me?
Huh?
But there are ninjas.
Yeah, I know. Joe said he's going to be either a monk or a ninja.
Ninjas are fun.
Come on, you. Alright. And after this, I'm going to go do my class quest, and then I can continue story. Hey, there we go. Level 50 Astro. Fuck yeah, dude.
Somebody else gonna munch in your ear?
Let's see, which one of these is better? Vitality 41, Mind 39.
Hey, thank you for the $2. Got it, Antonio. Appreciate it.
Probably this one.
Gonna have the game on Monday.
I prefer Huskies over Pugs. It's just my personal opinion.
I'm British, I take the fruit.
You're gonna seduce everybody with your floofy body.
What?
Dylan says he's gonna be a bard.
Joe's
Spotifyers,
like,
click
Joe's
or
like,
tap
I'm
the
borrowing
banner to
money
listen to
get
Ellen's
the
workout
person I wouldn't
mix.
get it, so I win.
Songs to work out to. Brought to you by our friends at Cheerios. Good goes round.
Most people don't know
You
that
go
the
down,
electronic
down,
sound
do 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 round.
inspired by a
Sugar
science
will
fiction
go
story
down.
Bradbury's book of short stories called The Illustrated Man. The song hit the charts immediately when it was released on
Nobody's
Elton
doing the
John's
other one
Chateau
already.
album in 1972 and is one of his
let's
most
see.
enduring hits.
Aiming,
See the rest
healing.
of the story in Rocketman, coming to theatres May 31st.
Freaking Can We Talk by, what's his face? Tevin Campbell.
Congrats on 50. Oh, what? Oh yeah! By the way, Twitch side. My Twitch feed. I do have a new emote. I don't think I can do it right here. Hang on a second.
Back. Yeah, Danny. If they were to play a freaking MMO like that, Danny would for sure be the bard. And I dreamed of
Oh,
you.
God.
ever
What
since.
color was it, bro?
Damn, my gear fucking went up from 33 to 105.
You were under here like crazy. Why didn't you hear yourself?
Well, I just fucking upgraded my shit. I need better gear than this though. Look at my new fucking globe, guys. Isn't that pretty? Got a new globe. Alright, and I need to go do my new class quest.
Twitch side. My Twitch feed. I do have
Naruto voice. Not many people can. Let me see. Sasuke! Rasengan! I don't fucking know.
Well, if I was doing YouTube, clear fly.
Well, where would I go to grind for better gear?
Dungeon, story quest. But yeah. Anyway, Twitch side. I do have a new emote for the $9.99 stuff.
Speaking of emotes, fucking drag.
Return emote. So if you do the tier 2 sub, you can get not only that one,
Where is my phone?
you get
I do have a emote for my my Twitch. Speaking of which, if you sub, you get a fucking Joe emote, where you get the Nerf this.
I upgraded it now.
I'm actually put that in the chat real quick.
I don't want to rename it.
Alright.
Speaking of subs, can you just sub
He,
tier 2 for 5 months?
he subbed you?
You sub
He fucking subbed!
Penny with the fucking sub. 3 subs for 9 months, did that say? Yes. 5 months.
Nice. You sound like a very angry fox when I did that Naruto. I mean, that's about right, so yeah. Sasuke! Naruto! Ooh, I'm about to get my barrier passive. Okay, I need to go upstairs. Also, anybody who has heard a Bridge sing, tell me his voice doesn't sound just like Tevin Campbell's. Why this man will not cover his songs is beyond me. I keep telling him to cover this song, but he won't do it. He's being an asshole. Such a dick. Sasuke-kun!
You do your dailies yet?
I think so. I don't fucking know. I'll check. I got my barrier passive. Yeet. And I can do
I
it.
wouldn't mind doing my dailies.
And I'm about to get my link passive.
Because it makes sense that emote has it.
This is another good song. This is My by Mr. Johnny Gill from New Edition. One of his solo songs.
Nice, Stanley. Yeah, I will eventually get more emotes.
Yeah, I knew that. I wouldn't. That's basically pay to play if I've ever seen it, though. Like, bruh. Later, Stanley. Put on your red dress. Slip on them high heels. And some of that sweet perfume. It sure smells good on you. Slide on your lipstick. And let all your hair down. 'Cause baby, when you get through, I'm gonna show off you. Tonight will be a special night. No matter, yes, there we go. I'm so proud to be with you. I just gotta let you know. You got me saying my. You sure look good tonight. And you're so damn fine.
I'm trying to farm a bird. But nobody's doing it right now.
All this step in our bedroom. Yeah, fuck Silas. He was basically a copy paste of fucking Zamasu. Let's be honest, he was. Exactly. Mira's insanely bland too.
That's rude.
So I just gotta escort these assholes? That's easy.
It is a big deal if you have like social media, like YouTube and Twitch, so that it lets kids know like what you're doing. Also, hi, Rennie. I try not to do reactions to Raylan's anime because, like, Raylan's music is copyright. Like, I would, but Raylan refused to get hit with that. So I don't really do that.
Pretty much. If she didn't have her under boob, yeah, total would be nothing. This is so far an uneventful fucking escort mission. Come on now.
Oh, it's not an escort. You're sneaking with them to kill them.
Huh?
You're sneaking with them to kill them.
Well, no, because,
Yeah, because there's gonna be some that go off to the side. You're meant to kill them.
well, so far, nothing.
That guy that ran off the side will get
Where? Oh, him.
no.
Exactly. Food looking good.
Hey, you don't look that kind of
Foodosexual? Is that a thing? If it is, that's hilarious. Yeah, I'm foodosexual.
understand that, you know, there's 25 of you guys, but to get the stuff that hasn't been gory, big buddy. Yeah, like I was saying, understand that, you know, there's 24 of you in my chat between the two platforms. So it is a little hard to follow when you're doing dungeons and shit. All your followers are girls, I mean, is that a bad thing? Layla? If I can animal, I want to be an olive.
Be a mongoose? Can I be a mongoose, though? Well, I tell you what, when I eat ribs, which is a lot, when I eat ribs, you know what I do when I get heartburn? I have Prilosec. I eat Prilosec. Consume Prilosec. B5. Say yes.
You're awesome, Corey. Now, I don't know if you were here earlier, Corey, but I do have a character emote now. Don't
Consume Prilosec. I tell you what. How the fuck? How far do these assholes go? Jeez. There you go. That's for you. Alright, there you go. Well, hi, Nate. Bop, 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 bop. A wop, bop, a loo, bop, a wop, bang, boom.
Sorry, we're just standing here, guys. We're waiting on a dungeon. That's how I'm waiting. Take my day, love. Take my day.
Very carefully? Through a program called OBS, Open Broadcast Studio.
Get the fuck out of your foot.
I can't wait till I get my AoE. Ugh. Sucks not having them. I don't fucking know why. It's midnight on my end. Probably go until like 4 a.m. Somewhere around there. Why you ask?
I'm a dog. I've lived a lot of lives, and I've peed on a lot of stuff.
I don't know what no so NSO or whatever it is. How you pronounce it? I don't know. I've never even heard of that.
A Dog's Journey, rated PG. In
No,
theaters
actually,
May 17th.
block
Get
this one.
tickets now.
Give me my damn fucking link
Right now
passive.
at Napa,
Patchouli is a towel.
jug of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $28.99. It keeps out harmful sludge to help reduce wear on your engine, which is important if you like cars that, you know, run smoothly. So keep your engine healthy with Mobil 1. Now just $28.99. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
General States pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. Offer ends 5/31/19.
Damn, I gotta go all the way fuck down there.
Sorry, I'm watching.
Oh, no, Nintendo Switch Online. Okay. It's not, I think it's only like $4 a month, which ain't bad considering.
Aw, that's cute. Yo, I want to replace that song. That sounded wrong. No, what Blackpink did, Blackpink should have came on Feet with Black and shouted my, well, shouted my now, I don't think it's actually about it. But he shouted out my now because I'm like, what the hell does she say Black? So he used that as a reference, which is very reasonable. No, there's no problem with that. So in fact, it's a reference. I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't something, but it makes it worse.
Go this way.
I could.
Fuck, they're gonna make me go all the way upstairs. Shit! Hate when they do this. I hate stairs. And they're gonna make me go all the way the fuck up. This is bullshit. God damn it. I hate stairs. You bastards! Made me go all the way up to the fucking top. It's ridiculous. Son of a bitch. I hate stairs.
I'm gonna show up. Because I've been working on getting the birds lately.
There we go. We got our link passive. Let's see. Generate an etheric bond with target party member. Each time you cast a single target healing spell on yourself or a party member, the party member with whom you have the bond will also recover HP. So basically, if I heal myself, other people get healed at the same time. Awesome. Why that isn't the song for when you're fucking riding a bird mount is beyond me. It's...
All the raid or the trial, they play the music of the trial.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, for bird mounts, it should go. Not really? Question mark? Yes, it is. It's going to be on Twitch. Yes. Definitely Cry. Fucking fell down. Yes. It almost killed me. That was a big oof. Get the fuck out of the way, little dragon. Bitch.
Love the love
Okay. I think I need to go back to. Okay, yeah.
Pony with shorter feet? I don't know. I don't watch enough of My Little Pony.
Rush Hour 2, fucking Drew Hill, fucking. How deep is your love?
Like Kai. I like fucking Kai. Your Ruby Rainbow Dash Speed.
Yeah, where am I going next?
Yeah, apparently you're a Vecna pony with laser eyes and a rocket on his back.
Okay. I understand.
No, toxic. No. Bad toxic. Trains are bad.
Ah, questing. Go talk to this dude. Go to this place. This shit can be so tedious sometimes. How big is your love for me? Tell me what it's gonna be.
Team up. I am not the team mom. You do exhibit rather motherly behavior. Ray Ward enchanted.
Well, that sucks. That'd be neat. I never played Fusions though, so couldn't tell you. I heard Fusions was good though. I didn't play it.
If it's too late till 2020, that's probably a good thing, because that means they're not ready to bring it out yet.
It'd be like that sometimes. Play this thing. Am I going back to the observatory? Yes, I am. Okay.
No, I keep forgetting anime. No fluffy after practice. The Final Fantasy VII remake is amazing. I'm hyped.
Yeah, same. I heard good things about Fusions. I just never played it.
Well, since you know what you do is you time him out.
Okay.
He comes
let's
back,
see.
he does the then you ban him.
Ooh, I get my first AoE at level 52. My next class quest. So, now we're going to continue with story, because I can finally do that, so.
Be right. Come on. Oh, why did I do that?
Come and Talk to Me by Jodeci. Another great song.
Well, no, only if he does it again. Don't just outright ban him. Gotta give him a chance.
Jules Cruzier. Okay. I know. Agreed, Dylan. Like, once again, like I've said before, I'm hoping that Project Z is going to end up being a Legacy of Goku remake. Like, please, can we get that? I mean, Jodeci just recently got off tour, like, not too long ago, so they are still doing shit. They need to make a Jodeci biopic. I don't know why they haven't yet.
Die, gremlin! I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Thank you, Gavin. I will definitely do that.
It's from Invader Zim. Yeah, see, this is all fucking melee shit. I don't need any of this crap.
I liked it. It's mine.
I liked it. It's mine.
I'm not even a thing. It sounds like it myself.
I do what I want.
I am so sorry for your confusion. Hashtag not noodles friends. They're not noodles.
Okay, another unvoiced cutscene. We don't care. Skip it. Speaking of Invader Zim, I think they said September is when that movie is coming to. I already forgot where I'm supposed to go. Forgotten night. I know, right? Like, if Project Z is like a Legacy of Goku remake, where you get to make a CAC and like help Goku and them, you know, and go through the entire story of Dragon Ball like that, with the time anomalies and shit, and plays like Legacy of Goku, but like, you know, upgraded for modern standards and shit, that'd be fucking incredible. Can we get that, please?
We're not right now, Madara. Like I said.
You said that earlier, Alan. I saw it before.
But things are mending. We're not on talking terms just yet, though. Near future, possibly. Let's keep my hopes up on that. Stop spamming the email thread for me. I didn't see.
I know, right? Let us free roam the Dragon Ball world, goddammit. I agree. Once again, Legacy of Goku series did that. It's just, like, it needs to be updated and fucking put in a 3D, you know, aspect. Just, please, can we get a Legacy of Goku remake? I would be so down for that.
Can we get a better Dragon Ball MMO?
Yeah, that too. Last Vigil, okay.
Find what?
Here's a tip. Head to DXL. Anyone can make a bigger shirt, but DXL makes clothes that actually fit. That's all they do. Want to know their secret? Okay. They've spent years developing their own sizing patterns to make sure it's a comfortable fit every time and every size.
Oh, God.
Good luck finding that anywhere else. So head to DXL.com and check out a store near you. DXL Big and Tall. Built for you at DXL.com.
It doesn't look like an MMO, though.
Right now at Napa, grab a
I don't
5-quart
associate
jug
with
of
her either,
Mobil 1
Raymond.
full synthetic motor oil for just $28.99. It keeps out harmful sludge to help reduce wear on your engine, which is important if you like cars that, you know, run smoothly. So keep your engine healthy with Mobil 1, now just $28.99. Quality parts, helpful people.
Oy.
Napa know-how.
I can't wait till fucking Star Wars comes back, man. Like Star Wars: The Old Republic is getting another update, and I think they said September. But like, bruh, it's just so off-putting that these games don't have voice acting on them.
You can't play it anymore?
Well, no, I'm caught up to the story, so I literally have nothing left to do. Like, I can go and, you know, PvP and shit and, you know, just level up for the fuck of it. But, like, you know, what's the point?
Yeah, hit me either.
I know, like, give us the races from, Heroes as, like, race choices. Because all of them were, like, fleshed out and shit. I'd be an android, personally.
I just haven't played it in a while.
Like, each race should get, like, different passives and stuff. Like, androids can absorb energy and have infinite, you know, infinite ki and stuff like that. Saiyans obviously get, Zenkai boosts. Equivalent to, you know, like, what killed them or whatever. Yeah, like, stuff like that. Just Vegeta, I guess. Like, they need to do that. Like, why they have not made a Dragon Ball MMO or just a Dragon Ball game in general where you can have that kind of stuff is just beyond me. Like, give you the option to, like, if you are playing as a Saiyan, to either go train with Whis or train with Xeno Goku to learn either Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue. Like, why is that not a thing? They should give you that option. If you're an android, you can have the option to, like, fuse with someone else. Like, fuse with Android 17 or Android 21 or somebody. That would be so cool. Like, Namekians be the best at ki, like ki attacks and shit, and I'd be able to regenerate.
His name isn't bad, I just don't associate.
Right.
He's one of the main ones that I actually go about.
Exactly, Dylan. Like, see, humans would be like the jack of all trades type of thing. I'm not sure if this is gonna have voice acting, so I'm not gonna skip it just yet.
To the frozen
Okay, yep.
wastes of the
Voice
Western
cutscene.
Highlands, once verdant tracts made pallid by the calamity. Beyond the towering wall of ice, to lands long forsaken, that the knights of Ishgard strove tirelessly to reclaim. To the hamlet of Falcon's Nest, once abandoned, now freed of its pall of snow and ash, she came.
I'm okay with bringing up Bulma Bunny and Vegeta. No Artemis now.
My floof is adorable.
People are gonna ask. Max, you gotta understand that. People are gonna ask. I expect them to ask.
Exactly. Kai's and Namex would be like the mages, basically. Like, with Kai's, you'd like be able to become a Supreme Kai or something, and like get like extra perks and passives and shit. I haven't. I don't know what that is, Kiltana. Another unvoiced cutscene. Skip it.
There you go. Much better. No, this is my, she was in my solo room where I pull people in. But then I decided to give it to Circle.
World mission. Don't waste your money on Jump Force. Jump Force is ass. Like, the gameplay is great, but the story is terrible. Do not waste your money on Jump Force. I regret buying that game, let's put it that way. Yeah, I think that'd be cool too, Dylan. Like, demons would be debuffs and shit like that. I agree, that'd be cool. I don't give a damn about nothing else. Breaking you is all I need. I need your body. Yeah, like I said, androids would like have infinite key, and they'd be able to like absorb be able to absorb yours. I think absorbing yours would be like other enemies and shit absorb their key to replenish their own. I think that'd be a neat concept. Like, once again, Kai's and Namex would be the mages, but like, mages, the frickin' Kais would have, like, you know, key regen, while the Namex have health regen, but they'd essentially be the same. Yes, exactly, they'd be like assassins and stuff for the Frieza race. Like, that would be cool, man. Like, why could we not have that? We now need a Dragon Ball MMO like that. Like, why can't we have that? I need it. That'd be so awesome. Yeah, Dragon Ball Online sucks. There is one, it's not very well advertised either, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't receive updates. But like, bruh. I played Dragon Ball Online. It's clunky as hell. The gameplay sucks. Yeah, we need a proper Dragon Ball MMO. A Yu Yu Hakusho MMO would be pretty cool. Same thing with Bleach, or Naruto, or Fairy Tail. Or One Piece, even though I haven't seen One Piece. But, like, that would be amazing to have any of those as an MMO. A Pokemon MMO would be amazing. Exactly. Tanks would have, like, super freaking regen and defense. Well, that's interesting, Blazy. I named my Chocobo Boy! In case you guys didn't notice.
We share.
I'm Goofy the Green. You know what'd be cool? A Full Metal Alchemist MMO. That'd be awesome. Like you get to choose your own type of alchemy and shit. Like, oh my god, that'd be amazing. And like if you wanted to be able to like, you know, use all of the types of alchemy, you'd have to fucking commit a taboo of like, you know, human transmutation and shit. And like as a price, like you would lose, you'd have like a permanent debuff of some sort in order to be able to transmute without a circle. Like that would be so cool. Can we have that? Like I want a Full Metal Alchemist MMO. Have you ever been cringe? Probably, I don't fucking know.
You sound tired. I thought you knew that. Didn't talk. Oh. Huh. Hi, Lord.
I was never much for Yu-Gi-Oh! A Fire Emblem MMO would be cool too.
Kind of sad that I gave up on that sub.
I don't need any of these.
It's the same as 14. Yeah, it's the same as 14.
That's kind of cute. I like that outfit. It's kind of cute. It's not better than the shit I'm already wearing, but that is cute. Okay. Oof. Let me see.
One, two, three. Do it, you will.
I want to cover this song as Goofy, but it'd take memorizing like the rap parts and all of it.
I think you can.
That'd be interesting, Dylan. What you missing? The kind of guy that's in you a dozen roses every day. How do you? Nothing kisses.
Back in that game.
I probably won't. Like I said, it would take memorizing the entire song. Here's what I strive to be. I'm a stone cold gentleman. I do all that I can. Give my heart, my personality. I don't remember the words. Problem. Baby, I'm stone cold. Come on, give it love, as I know you deserve. 24/7. God damn, these little birds are fucking deadly as shit. Fuck. What the fuck? These little fucking bird things. Like, fuck, dude. Calm the fuck down. Why is it that crucial? Like, these things hurt. Ow. Dude, these guys hurt. Boy! Boy! Boy, don't die. Yeah, see, I'd have to learn this rap part too. And I'm not much of a rapper. Oh no, boy died. Baby, I'm stone cold. No Casanova. Trying to win you over.
Yeah, I made that wrong.
Boy died.
Boy.
Welcome back, boy. My dragon needs to move the fuck out the way. Okay. And I gotta go and kill these fuckers anyway? Oh shit, this is gonna suck. I only gotta kill 3 of them though. That's a plus.
What if the Quagmire's Barbon fuse? Yeah. A scary ass alpha. Sure, get voice chat.
Huh? What? Why?
Voice chat.
Alright, one sec. Baby, I'm stone cold. Yeah, I fucking love this song. I'm dying. Fuck. These. Well, I'm working on it. Like, for fuck's sake. Instead of targeting boy, they're targeting me. He's not drawing aggro, and I'm getting my ass kicked because of it. Damn it. Damn it, boy. Boy. Which chat are you guys in? Are you...
We're in my... You should have access to it. Roll down. There you go. Found it.
Come, boy. Boy!
Boy!
Mark, I swear to God, if you don't cosplay Kratos at some point, I will disown you as a friend.
At some point I'll do it. Boy!
You got the beer for it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Just put like a fucking red streak across your face and shit. With some like medieval fucking...
Questioning, like, what are we waiting for? Why are we not doing it? You know what I'm saying,
Boy!
right?
Come, boy. Boy, we must go get burgers. Where do we find burgers? In the direction of burgers. Gura's about to die. Oh, fuck. Oh no. Stop fucking paralyzing me, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I gotta kill one more of these assholes. Why are these little birds so fucking strong? Like, nigga.
Welcome to level 50 content.
Like shit. Hey, Demon Lord.
Damn, that's Mark is such a dirty salad. He makes the girl look clean. Did you hear that?
Yep. Oh no. Fuck your AoE, bitch.
I like apples.
You know what? I'm gonna switch to Red Mage real quick just to see how quickly I can kill one of these things. Because with fucking Astro, I'm getting my ass whooped. Like, dude. Let me switch to Red Mage real quick. Just out of sheer curiosity. One sec. I'm just curious. How quickly can I kill one of these assholes? Let me find one first.
They are, but not the one I need. Fuck.
Come here, bitch. Oh, that's significantly easier. Holy shit. Which makes sense. That it would be easier like this.
That's not surprising.
Yeah, these are significantly easier on my Red Mage. Like, holy shit, that's a huge difference. Yeah, my damage output is just ass right now, apparently. My Astro. Though then again, they're a healer class. They're not meant to do damage, which makes sense.
Considering I have answered it before, I'm 31.
Hi again, Crossy. You were in here like 10 minutes ago.
Well, she's like, go say hi to Nurna for me. Like, go say hi to her. Hi, Ninja.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, we're just running away. We're running away from these guys.
After you should, like, come join me. I know you're in the chat right now, my dude. Come join your wife too. See? I knew you would do it. You did it. You're laughing at a bird. Damn,
Shit. Where the fuck?
I get that a lot. I know it sounds weird.
Shit. Shit. How do I get over there? Shit. Shit. What the fuck? VR Pornhub? That was out of fucking left field and shit. That was random, but okay. No, I've never tried VR Pornhub. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Alrighty.
that shit. Let's go.
Yeah.
Salad.
Your salad be good as shit though.
Well, it's super good, dude.
I haven't even finished. Well, I haven't even gotten through the rest of the things yet. I'm sick. Have a virgin dirt top before? Yeah. They haven't lately, but they have.
What?
Rossi asked if you and a virgin have fought before. We're saying this piece is hey, Giraffity.
Giraffity!
Eight.
Yeet.
I need a 31. I should know some way today. I don't want to go fix stuff. Okay. Well, back room.
There you go, boy.
Boy.
I get boy a shield.
Boy, this is good. I will try to remember it.
Fuck! Damn, that's way down in there. Shit!
Yeah.
Let me see her. Gotta get on my mount.
Hey.
Hey. That's way the fuck over there. Holy shit. Well, that's weird. Huh? What? I think I did already. One sec. I'm trying to get out of fucking hot water with all these goddamn pissed off fucking mobs.
Nice bird.
Let me see. Oh my god, they're everywhere. They won't leave me alone. I'm a squishy cat girl. I can't handle all this shit. Leave me alone. Alright, let me see. Yeah, I already did Duty Roulette for leveling.
Minion.
Oh no, where's Listen?
It's like
What the
it's like a little puppy lion.
I mean, go for it. I'm not much for D&D, unfortunately, though. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I'm doing my best. Box Spy is playing Shinobi Strikers.
Box Spy is nerd. Oh, you got little BB.
Yep.
All I hear is Mark fucking scraping his fucking bowl and shit. Must have been a good ass salad. I ain't even mad. Do you?
This is real deal. Fuck you, bitches.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh god, let's say you're a furry.
What's up? Koi is a furry, sir.
You're a cat though.
No, that makes me a fucking cat. I'm not a furry. I'm just a straight up cat. All cats have fur, except for the fucking hairless ones. But
Like that work with people the other day. Give her an orgasm.
I'm not into yipping, bro. I'm not DTY. That doesn't make me a furry because I'm not DTY. Are you down to yip, brother? There's a sexy panda wolf beast that's clawing at the surface. Let him out. But yeah, no. Koi's a furry. Like, Koi is DTY like a mofo. Well, no, see, cosplay sex is different. You know what? You and Rafferty feel like grinding for this fucking lightning horse? I'm not stupid enough to try to fucking heal for this.
You should get your journal.
I mean, if you're into Snorlax, by all means.
What?
That's kind of a weird fetish, but alright, do you? I won't judge.
Mean Chloe's journal.
The Wondrous Trails?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it. Remember you got it from me the other night.
Oh yeah, okay.
Duh.
I completely forgot about that.
Were you too drunk to remember that?
Probably.
This is Rock With You by Michael motherfucking Jackson. Hell yeah, dude.
But yeah, I actually need Ravana for that.
I should probably switch to Red Mage, right? If we're gonna do this. Because I'm not even gonna attempt to fucking heal you assholes through this stuff. You know, let me switch to Red Mage.
Oh, I should switch to White Mage.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna fucking attempt to do fucking Astro on
I'm not gonna attempt to heal you guys either. I'm just gonna DPS. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll do a little bit of healing.
Yeah, switch to Red Mage.
Good to go?
Yep.
This is my idol right here. Let's go get us some fucking... Oh, wait. Why is this thing? Let's go get us a horse. You need this horse. Oh no, you do have this horse.
Yeah, I have it.
The one song that Tony hates.
Vaguely, it's been a while since I've watched O3 FMA. Oh, no promises. I already fucked it up. I'm, what? I'm stuck. I can't move. There we go. What the fucking what? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Stop going to the electricity!
Well, I'm trying to get the fucking orbs. And I died in the process. Such a bad time. Dripping out of my anus, dude. He's targeting me. Why is he targeting me? What's happening? I'm stuck. Why am I stuck? I can't move. What the fuck happened? What happened?
He really hates you. That's what happened.
Guess that was instant death.
Why you need to be level 7 to damage.
And I'm fucking frozen again. What the shit? What?
Yeah,
What even? What even with this shit? Like, within 2 seconds, like after Gravity revives me, I just get insta-killed immediately afterwards. Like, what the fuck even with this shit?
You're too low level for this. You're only allowed in because we're in here.
Apparently! Because for fuck's sake, he keeps one-shotting me. I'm apparently under level for this.
Thanks for mentioning that because I didn't even see it.
You're not under level?
Oh, that'd be neat.
Well, he's kind of under item level.
Well, I need better gear then. Where the fuck do I get that?
Like I said, main story quests are,
I'm doing main story quests and the shit they're giving me is ass.
or dungeon said,
Yeah, like, see, Giraffe and you just got hit by the same attack that literally just fucking one-shot me. Yeah, you guys just got hit by the same shit. Item level
You're
is...
also higher level. You're only level 52.
Yeah, my item level is 116.
Theirs are like 370 or something. Boo.
Yeah, like, you guys were tanking the shit out of the stuff that was one-shotting me.
Yeah, because you're level 52 and we're 70.
my tank has the 379 item level. I can tank things.
Well, I need better equipment and shit. Like, where the fuck?
You also need levels. The gap between 50 and 60 is huge, and the gap between 60 and 70 is also huge.
Item level 85. Yeah, I've got 116. But I'm like the same attacks that you guys are tanking the shit out of are one-shotting me.
Yeah, because we're level 70.
I know, but still, it's fuck. Like, you'll res me, and then, like, 2 seconds later, I'll be fucking paralyzed, can't move, and then be one-shot. Like, what? Fucking what?
I think there's a mechanic that we don't know about that Gil and I are just able to tank. But you're normally not supposed to be able to do that.
No, why, Sockfin?
Ah, oof. Yeah, I don't understand the mechanics of this thing at all.
Yeah, well, we're definitely not paying attention to the mechanics very much. We're just thinking through it.
Because, like, for obvious reasons, you can't stand any electricity. and there's no way to escape these circles on the ground. Like, so, like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? I don't get it. Yeah, see, I'm frozen again. I can't move.
Yeah, me too. Don't worry about it.
And it nearly one-shot me.
Well, I was frozen as well, so... It's like as soon as I became unfrozen, he got...
And you can't go get the orbs because being out in that electrical field hurts you. And once again, you can't dodge any of these attacks. So, like, what the fuck? Stack what? I don't understand. Like, you can't dodge any of these attacks. You can't go out there to get the orbs because just being out there freaking hurts you. Like, I don't get it.
Oh, don't worry about the orbs. Leave that to the range.
Yeah, and I just got one shot again. What? Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. He's gonna start doing Kermit too. Kermit the Frog. Wait, what? Yeah, those orbs. You're supposed to get the orbs, but like 90% of the time they're out in the electric field, and being out there hurts you. So like, what?
Oh, I see what you mean. We are supposed to pick up those orbs.
Yeah. What do you mean stack those? Huh. Let's see.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. The striking tree is what this is called, right? Okay.
No, we do not stack those. Okay, we do not stack those. People's hurting.
Okay, so it says Chaotic Strike. Fears two players that are not top enemy after a short cast time. They will slowly be forcibly pulled towards Rama to be killed instantly by melee AoE. Yeah, I am, because I have the least, aggro. I don't have aggro. So basically it says player with Thunderstorm needs to move towards the players that are being pulled towards Rama. This is in order to save them. So basically, you would have to be next to Main Rafferty at all times.
Basically, we need to stack on killing them.
Just kill them all so the party does not wipe out.
No, this one's actually better, I think.
Okay, kill the ads.
Yeah, ads are obvious.
Yeah, kill the ads as quick as possible.
Judgment Bolt is after the ads.
Yeah, let's see. Eat orbs. Eat 3 to give a shield for a minute that prevents you from dying to shock strike. Otherwise, it does around 17k damage and goes through hallowed. Building shield also removes the tether.
So, Ciel and I can tank that, so we'll try to leave as many of those to you as possible.
Let's see. After the ad phase, 2 random people can get chained by a lightning. These 2 players need to stop all actions, and one and only one of them, the chain players, need to quickly grab 3 orbs to break the chain.
Okay,
So when you're tethered to each other, stop attacking, and one person. Yeah, like when the other person can't move, or you will both get fucking destroyed. Let's see. Shock strike AOE on tanks. Tanks need to gather 3 orbs to get shock protection that makes them able to survive it. The current off tank picks up 3 orbs from the second thunderstorm and provokes Rama.
Yeah, this is normally an 8-man raid.
Okay, thunderstorm happens throughout the fight. AOE circles at random spots and 3 following random players. Some of them leave orbs behind that empower Rama, but can be picked up. The orbs and thunderstorm circles leave a stacking debuff on any one hit, which will be a main mechanic of the fight. The water in the arena will electrify the thunderstorm. So that's just.
So basically, what I'm getting at is the 3 of us need to stack on the box.
Yeah, just stay together.
Be in front of him, you all directly behind him. Because you don't want to be in front of him or he'll kill you there too.
Okay.
And leave the
So
orbs.
Gur and I stack behind him.
I'll stay in
And
front of him.
then-
Because, like, if he stays in front of him, he's gonna instantly be killed because of the AoE.
Yeah,
and
call
shit
him
that he
stuff.
throws at me.
And then when those orbs come up, we'll leave them to all the Gur.
We can take the
Mhm.
Did anything drop from that last one?
He can change when I get to the one of us has to stop attacking and the other one can hit the orb.
Yeah.
If 2 of me knows around, we should probably change through the chain. We don't have to worry about that.
Yep.
But if it's one of us and Gur, we have to hit. If Gur doesn't die.
Right. So he basically almost all of his attacks can one shot. Is what.
What do you expect?
For fuck's sake.
I haven't played Turbo yet. Danny!
You got to be starting something. Ow! Yeah, see, that shit's unavoidable. Yeah, that's unavoidable.
You know why? Because you and the rappers stack on each other with that skill. You can't be stacked with that.
Like, bruh. He does so much fucking damage. Like, shit, dude. Yeah, you gotta get orbs. Stop. Go get orbs. No, you and Giraffity were just tethered together. Hey, Joe.
Oh, you fuck. Family, keep it on base and cover our
Yeah, this is ridiculous, dude. Like, I'm seeing the damage that he's throwing out at you guys, and you're just tanking the fucking shit out of it. Like, these same things would be one-shotting.
Yep.
Like, he just does too much damage for me, basically. That draft, you gotta stop attacking, or it'll damage you. Yeah, this shit's ridiculous, dude. Like, for fuck's sake. Just watching you guys do this, like, bruh. Calm the fuck down.
We're used to worse.
Oh yeah. Wait, you start farming the birds.
I believe it. I'm just saying, for fuck's sake.
No, we have to do this 3 times until the mountain rock. So basically, don't stack on each other. You prove it stacking on each other the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
That, I think, is partly what's killing you. It's like the circular electricity that he puts around your feet. Do not
I
stack.
heard do stack last time going in, so I don't know what to do.
Well, I thought you were supposed to stack, but I've seen the damage. No, do not. I don't think
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's who that would be, mother.
No, it's when he puts that on us, you're supposed to stack on us.
And I was, but it was still killing you.
I don't fucking know then. This is ridiculous.
I mean, I was trying to count, but who is that was supposed to be killing you? I understand that. You should not be dying with it.
Better, Alan.
What's his item level?
116.
What level is like Garlean Ironworks gear?
Yeah, I'm using Ironworks, and it's.
Oh, you are, okay.
Yeah, it's 120 for Ironworks. It's still fucking hurt, but yeah.
Because if I stack on both of you, that's going to do more damage.
Stand in that bubble, Kurt.
I can't. I'm frozen.
Yeah, see, what happened was all 3 were stacked in one, and that's it. You got used to snap stack on both.
This is ridiculous, man. Like, fuck.
You're also not getting yours. Stack on it. Guys, we're also in the electricity.
Boy, you told me to get the orbs.
All over the fucking place.
I know. I was going to get the orbs. fight's fucking ridiculous. Like, for fuck's sake. What the hell? I can't even be alive for 2 seconds without getting one-shotted. Like, what even? What even with this shit? I think the problem is I'm under leveled for it.
Yeah, it's probably thinking more to our level than it is hers.
Uh-huh.
Probably.
Because he's hitting you guys with the same type of stuff, but you're surviving it. And just when he hits
We
me
have
with it,
massive amounts of HP.
yeah. Yeah, I have 6k HP. So yeah, he's going to be one-shotting the shit out of
You have 6k HP?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, Seal has like almost 70k.
Yeah, I've got 5k HP.
Yeah, it's sinking for our gear level. That's
Well-
why.
Well, no, because
We're dragging him into like a level 7.
well, my story quests are only giving me 110 for you know, gear pieces. So like I'm caught up to where my story is, I guess.
Well, we're breaking this fight by like doing it unsynced, basically. Because normally you have to have 8 people to do this, but there are special ways that you can go through the party finder to like unlock
At some
it
point,
for, like,
Blaze King?
undersized parties.
Let me see. Average item level 50. FFXIB.
Well, I've never done that walking towards him thing before. That was weird.
Yeah, the highest gear I can get currently is 135, but I get that from running Bahamut. So yeah, 135 is the highest gear shit I can get currently.
Mount drop. Now we don't have to do this one.
Yay!
But we are going to have to party finder if we want the other one.
For what? Which one?
The liar. Because we cannot forget that. There's no way to forget it.
Yeah, that fucking is ridiculous. Like, bruh. I got it, but fuck, dude.
Oh yeah, shit, now somebody should know what I need to do.
Oof.
Okay.
Do you need it?
I love the fact that for the description they put bird as the word.
Do you want to go for it, Seal?
By all means, you guys can go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Like I said, in order to get your Leviathan, now we have to form a party anyway.
that's fine.
Well,
Go ahead.
because I don't have access to it yet. I don't think. The one that Seal's doing. So I can stay with Gur.
Yeah, go ahead and stay with her and help him get his thing. You'll have to remove it, though.
Which one are you doing?
Sword and Brain. If I can get in before they close it. If you need a tank.
The Minstrel's Ballad Thorn's Reign, or is it Thorn's Reign Hard?
Minstrel's Ballad, Sword and Brain.
I can get in on that one.
Do you want to put for right now, Gur?
Yeah. There's. I got my electric horsey.
I won't.
I mean, you
Oh.
can still heal it.
Yep, there's my electric horsey. Neat.
I could DPS.
Yeah, as long as my guys don't play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have decent gear for my level, so that's like above average actually. For my level, my gear is actually pretty fucking good. So it's just a matter of yeah. I have
Go to sleep!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, the only one you need now is Leviathan.
I need that one as well.
Yeah.
That's what's up, Joe.
There you go.
Are you gonna be a scrub and not fucking grind your way up, you piece of shit?
No.
How squishy I am as a fucking Astro is ridiculous, dude. Like, for fuck's sake. Things that I would normally have no problem with as a red mage are just whooping my ass. This is terrible.
So, we're switching over guys to farming a bird. This drop will be my fifth bird? My sixth. I'm nervous for a while. What's tomorrow? You know how this fight works, right, Graf?
I don't really remember.
That's a
Kinda.
no.
I know he summons out these other guys at different times and they do different attacks, but that's about it.
I'll kind of explain as the group reports come along.
I got new gloves. Hey.
You technically only need one build for this, so one hit is probably the answer.
No, we can both DPS. I'm good at white mage DPS and
Yeah, you are. Oh, he's going down the middle. It's just that second phase from the kid. Yes, oh, beautiful. You have a question? What's your question? Final day of high school, okay? You'll be alright, bud. Back in the middle.
Ah, fuck.
You might pay for it. But I think it's on sale right now, though. Run. They get some powers when they come up. Guy? Got you. That's my favorite video I made. That's a tough one.
That's a goddamn polar bear. Fuck you, polar bear.
Stay out of the green, by the way. Oh, I forgot about that part. Shit. I forgot about them three. Like, as soon as you kill the guy in the middle, there's gonna be three on the outside. It kind of looks like a different fight. Kind of just dodge kills.
okay. Oh my.
I fucking forgot about that. So for this, you kill Adelpho first,
set the mood for our new guest?
Kill the other guy.
Let's do this.
I rage, but I don't have mana right now. And mid. Okay. Run out. You got the tether going to the other side of the other tether.
From the past. John Wick, chapter
Ice, obviously.
The low amount of damage I do is just embarrassing, dude.
When you don't get enough sleep,
Like,
it's
bruh.
hard to avoid the fog. It's a sneaky fella. Hates.
This is a lot different from the regular fight.
Yeah,
Holy
Fog
shit.
made a guy pour salt in his coffee. Thought it was sugar. Ever fold an entire basket of dirty laundry? Wasn't you. It was the fog.
Unisom is specially formulated to help you fall
It's
asleep
easy once
fast
you
and
get
get
the
a good
mechanics
night's
for
sleep.
this one.
You'll wake up ready to take on the day.
Sleeping well is the fog's worst nightmare.
Unisom, we go through it.
You're late by welcome anyway, Nike. Okay, now after this part, after we get past this, he's eventually going to mark somebody with a green arrow. Zach's not quite on top of him, but like in between him and the boss. Usually where I stack it. Why did I get on the heel of that? That's my Mario Brothers? Sometime. Back. There we go. Back out. I literally
Jeez.
It's easy once you figure out the mechanics. You actually can make whatever you want. No, we're pretty much good on the main stuff. Like we got a healer, we got ourselves a tank, we got CPS galore. Yeah, I'm usually the tank. Draft Danger are our healers. Yeah, we can pretty much do that.
Come back here, bitch! Don't run! Don't run!
Monk it up. Eventually, really, you're gonna have to do this. Just point that out. It's not lagging enough. It's not gonna run fine for me. It might be my because keep flying her and I are both pretty at one point. Not one time. That Mario? It looks like Super Mario World, but
Let's try. You too.
that was my fucking fault. When I ran into the green. Or no, well, no, I didn't run into the green. I forgot about the fucking guys on the outside. Yeah, when they go on the outside like that, it's pretty much just like straight, straight again. No, not like green, but like most. When he does the dash move, same mechanic. Like, you know that mechanic? How long does it take to master the voice? Sorry, I tried it. Sorry. I can't say back for that.
That stack of AoEs in the middle, I didn't get out of it fast enough.
Chat got quiet. Why y'all so quiet? What, you think you're better than me? Is that it?
What console do I play? Like currently PS4, Switch. I'll maybe do PC though. Oh, they marked it, so okay, we're good. Just stack on the egg. What if I can get around to the W? Great!
Fuck. I gotta get over there. I thought I had tuned to that.
Oh,
What the shit?
As of lately, anyway, no. I've heard it's amazing.
Oh, I'm fine.
You have your purple horse.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah. Rolling in style.
I need to attune to that motherfucker. Way down there, though. This is gonna be a long ass ride.
Well, yeah, when I played Mario, I played that NES. I grew up with the SNES. That's the Sega. I don't know old consoles that I used to play. I had the original Nintendo. Yeah, pretty much all of it. Need me to call out when the new things drop? You can jot it down now.
I got it.
Later, Joe.
Oh, Bill Cheese is back in the party. I forgot about this the other night. Alright, later, Joe. Why do you want me to get that game so bad?
What game?
Mario Maker 2.
Eh. They've never been much for Mario.
I love Mario.
Like Mario Party, sure, but like everything else, I don't care for it.
Okay, now. Why are we still chained? There we go. That doesn't convince me, though. Hi, Gamersy. Oh, he hit you hard. Oh my god.
Damn, he did not like me.
Thought I attuned to this motherfucker. I guess not.
Something about vomit. Well, we'll see, Kuzma. We'll see. Oh yeah, when you get the circle fire, stay in it. Or try to stack first, yeah. I think it's supposed to stay in it. Have you actually seen the bird this guy dropped for Rafting?
Nope.
Like,
Have you?
I looked it up online. It's oh my god. It's like like a more of a pinkish feathered bird. It's really good.
I don't think anybody died that time.
Well, before this, I think Jason probably before that. I'd rather have the fire or dragon or the same thing. I'd rather have the dragon. Dragons are up.
Stop dying.
Cameron, why not Cameron? I know, right?
Oh fuck! I need to go back and use all into it.
Person in our group on here says stop being stingy with the bird.
Do I have the fucking Ironworks shit for this?
How much I love Blackmail, right? You know what?
I don't think I do.
Actually giving them a listen to, really. Yeah, this real cheese guy has been in the last couple parties with me for this fucking bird.
Did you know that Elton John's hit Tiny Dancer was written in the 70s after Elton and songwriter Bernie Taupin arrived in LA and were inspired by the city's eclectic vibes? The song captures the spirit of the city when they first broke out musically, the City of Angels. Hear the rest of the story
Yeah, I
in
like it
Rocket
too.
Man, coming to theaters May 31st.
Either that or Samurai. I can't decide which one's better.
Summertime is finally here. And what brings
You
on
don't
the
have to work
feeling of
for your
summer more
laptop?
than delicious ballpark?
Oh, no.
Get ready for firing up the
That
grill time.
hurt.
Swimming pool time.
Alright, give me a second.
Home run time.
asking ketchup or mustard, or both time. So get to the grill, the ballpark, or wherever your friends and family are gathered, and say hello to summer with Ballpark 100% Angus Beef Franks. Ballpark Franks. Bring on summer. Click to learn more.
Is that weapon actually better than the one I'm using? What the fuck? It is. Okay. I can just glamour it, I guess. Yeah, it's better than my current one. Equipped. And then I need to glamour this. Alright, I'm gonna go take a pee break real quick, guys. So, be right back.
I'm not the other guy, but the other guy needs to die. Like now.
He really is. Welcome back. Kitty, kitty. Whoa.
I forgot to turn my mic back on. There we go. But yeah, I'm back. So you guys still don't know how to do fucking materia shit, do you?
My what?
Materia.
Area? I know how to do it, I just don't have it right this second.
Because I have a shit ton of them and don't know how to use them.
There's a quest you gotta get to do it. I can't remember where it is. You don't have to have a you don't have to have a crafting class to do it.
But like, yeah. Because a lot of my stuff has a materia slot, and I have no idea how to put them in.
Yeah, I've never really bothered.
When you gonna cover fucking a Tevin Campbell song, you piece of shit? Fucking do Stand Out or Eye to Eye or fucking Can We Talk or something.
Oh shit, they're both on me. The fuck?
That's alright. That was meant.
They double teamed me. Yeah, that was horrible.
Like you.
Explain it. A buddy is an equal beneficial arrangement. A buddy is a buddy that don't be complaining when his or her buddy ain't the buddy that came with sometimes. And maybe I can call you up. And maybe I can take you out.
How low is
exchange digits and later arrange digits.
God fucking
damn it. Different type of commitment.
Upon an airship, conceived within the fecund mind.
Kitty, come here. What you got?
You fucking son of a bitch!
Yay!
You son of a bitch! I hate you.
What?
We got them
What?
out, and I've been trying to farm the thing. The fucking first one that drops, he gets it. And I've been trying to do this for like 3 nights now.
Oof.
You son of a whore!
Oof.
Shut off.
Looks like I need to pee.
Where isles of earth and stone floated as clouds.
Next time, because we're readying us up.
Frontier the knights of Ishgard had scarce begun to explore. To a fledgling outpost within the sea of clouds, where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for winged shadows, she came.
Oh, see all.
nights to raft. You come in on your first one, and I said, "Oh hey, let's give it to the rafting. Let's not give it to CL."
Not me, obviously.
Chud knows your pain. I do that to him all the time.
What'd you roll on that thing anyway?
I don't even know.
There was 8 people in there, right?
Yeah.
So you outrolled everybody else for it too.
Yeah.
I'm good. Hey, Dylan.
My point is, I've been farming this for, I want to say, 3 nights now.
Earl is 74.
Yeah, I rolled like a 58. Well, this is your first bird, so it shouldn't be too bad.
It is my first bird.
Even so, it's the first time he ran in the dungeon. And he got it.
It wasn't my first time. It was just the first party I've been in running it.
Even so, that is kind of slap in the face.
Seeker agrees with me.
I agree, like, cause I know that pain. Like, that's not fair.
Fair. You ever say 3 nights? Give it to CL. Can I get a CL? Okay, can I get a trigger CL emote in my chat right now? I know I have it as an emote right now on my quick side.
How the fuck do I get on
If
this?
anybody has that.
Oh, okay, over there.
And of course, they're both on me again.
Well, stop hitting them first.
I'm not hitting them. I'm healing.
Oh, there's that. Oh, we killed him. Wow. I mean, I got 69 more to go before I can find the fucking thing.
Shut up, up.
That's my luck level. Lately, it's been shit. I hope somebody clips that, because I was triggered. Damn! Comments are going down!
Always a fun time. Did you pull Dragon Ball Super Broly yet?
Yeah, that's the face of the Knights of the Round Table, yes. Well, he can't give it to me now. Once you get it, you can't trade it.
Besides, we needed to run it twice anyways to get it from both of us.
Oh, more than twice. She better not be over where I think she is. Or you might want to get her.
She's right here. Come here. Come myself. Come here, kitty. Come see me. Come on. Kitty. Hi. You gonna come hang out with me? Hi, kitty.
As long as I know the fucking mechanics.
I haven't seen you in a couple of days. How you been?
Another one.
That I'm not gonna get. I rolled a 21 on that. That was
Yep.
Later, anime.
Well, you know what you're supposed to say? Say it, and I haven't heard you say it yet. Say, fuck you, Giraffe.
No, I said it earlier when you got it.
But I'm your waifu.
Cameron's like, give it to her.
Yeah, I pet my kitty. I pet the kitty. She got pets. She's sitting on the edge of the bed now. We love Sophie.
I mean, I'll be at this for another couple hours anyway, so.
Where the fuck? How the hell? Way the fuck over there. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, we know, Jacko. Raph and I are married again. It's gotta drop for me, Cameron. And then I gotta win the roll. I'll
Gotta
get
go
it.
all the way the fuck over there. Shit. Ha!
Well, he is in game. I'm in a very bad spot right now.
Oh, hey, look. It's Boar! Kitty, do you want out? Is that why you're sitting over there? What are you doing? If you want out, just meow. I'll let you out. Let me know, kitty. Gotta talk to me. No, she doesn't want out. She just came over and sat in my lap. I'll give you pets, kitty. There you go. It's pets. I know kitty likes pets. Ow, fuck. Oh, they killed Boy. Boy! Wake up, Boy! Boy! Ah, damn it. Yeah, they killed Boy.
Boy.
She is not. I'm tempted to give her one though, but like, she's a freaking fiend. If I give her one, I'll never, you know, there'll never be an end to it.
Especially formula that makes you fall asleep fast and get a good night's sleep. You'll wake up ready to take on the day.
Sleeping well is the fox's worst nightmare.
Unison. Use after
Holy shit, these things are bulky. And yeah, I'm running away. Fuck that. I'm not about to deal with this bullshit.
It's like a long night party.
Yeah, I am not about to deal with this bullshit. Fuck that. And before they say fuck y'all once they get it and leave. And before they say fuck y'all and leave once they get it.
I mean, I could.
They'll get them out and just drop out.
That's bullshit.
Fuck! Leave me alone! Shit!
They wouldn't stay to help. You're holy bitch! Oh yeah, I remember that.
These fucking mobs need to chill the fuck out, I tell you that much.
If you all want to donate to me or give me money, that's the first time I've seen that girl.
Hi, kitty.
Because I now have the money from when I was trying to get. I just gotta figure out what kind of PC. I will try to remember that ending, but I don't promise something. I'm not doing it for an ending. You're saying
How many have we got
Fuck's
now?
sake,
3?
God.
Or just 2?
my favorite Final Fantasy game? Final Fantasy VII, yep. I'd go for a better computer, though.
Welcome, new peoples who just decide to stay there and just be quiet for whatever reason. Frickin' lurkers. What, you think you're better than me? I'm talking to them in my chat. Yeah, Kitty's just kind of sitting here. She's doing her best. Aren't you, Sophie? I'll post pictures of her and stuff tomorrow. I'm not talking to you. Mind your business. Don't worry about what I'm doing. I'm doing my best. That's all you need to know. Fuck. I'm a neural net processor, the learning computer.
Oh shit. I'm on it.
Why would I mind that, Sonic? My only is lost myself.
Exactly. For fuck's sake, die, you goddamn cat! Not my cat, but the cat. No, like I'm fighting these fat ass fucking cats and they're being assholes.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, they're not cats, they're fucking owls. They're being pieces of shit is what they're doing. For fuck's sake.
Are they owls or are they owl cats?
They're owl cats. I'm about to definitely.
There are Gale cats in this game, which are basically like little kitties with like little mechanical owl wings.
Yeah, these things are assholes, man.
Oh, I hate it. That's the thing too.
God damn it.
I said he emotes. I like, okay, don't get me wrong. I like Cloud, but I like Steph also.
Ah, for fuck's
What is
sake.
that, Zemo? Saying you call Cloud emo? Compared to Sephiroth, he's not.
Exactly. Cat girl versus freaking owl cats. The owl cats are assholes. They must die. It's time to get back on my horsey. Yeah. Yeah, I just saw what you're talking about, Graffiti. A Gale cat? Yeah, these
He's
go to
emo
the dicks.
he's emo over his dead mama.
Yeah. Graffiti, there's a Gale cat. I just saw one. Fucking ass wipes. Hate them things.
Yeah, CL has one as a pet. I want one so bad.
Were they just like cat slash bat? Or what are they?
They're kitties with little backpack wings on them. Who puts the backpack wings on them? Nobody knows, but they're assholes. And they're also adorable.
Well, that also works too, Jack.
Where do you get them?
I think from a Fate.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. Only one person needs to be in each tower run. As long as all the towers are close to one person.
Yeah, I got new pants. Neat.
Oh, God! I'm okay. I am okay. I live! I haven't read the Cage manga, no.
Fuck. Wrong way. Shit!
Oh, Crypto Rapid.
They did not like me.
Got you.
I assume they always get somebody with that, unless you kill them like super fast or what.
Can I not jump off of here? Word?
You're welcome, Bart. Alright, later, gamer dude.
Where do you get the carbuncle summons too? Because I see a lot of people with those. Goku. No contest.
I mean, you're making her the music in the background. What I'm trying to do though is I'm trying to, you know, keep the conversation music over it too, so I can open that copyright.
Kitty just laid down to go night-night.
If it does get copyrighted, I'll just take it down. I'll take it right down on YouTube then. No problem, Jacko. Log your 13 and over.
I'm kind of lagging it. I don't like it. Oh fuck. Don't move it. Fucking use the ability. What are you doing? Not having, I only have 2 offensive spells, and I'm so sad.
Oh, fuck off, that's it.
Don't need it. Don't greet it.
I can't need it when I'm not on the dark green.
Oh.
You can only need it when you're on the fly. That's alright. I can just buy the shiny one. I freaking have that.
What does need versus greed do?
Greed gives you a lower score than need would.
Yeah, need over right. You're half of the character.
Hello, new person that came in who just decided to lurk. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 31. I'll be 32.
Oh, Gur's streaming?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh, I guess I did have. Ha! We were talking about that earlier, weren't we? Like if I had TikTok in my playlist, I guess.
What
I did.
is going on? Oh my god.
Scatter a little bit. Don't stay in your. You gotta remember, we don't have an actual tank.
Pulling that soon. Like all of a sudden he was just on everybody.
Kitty's sleeping. It's adorable.
I don't think there's a,
I want to pet her, but they'll probably wake her up, so I shouldn't.
But I don't think there is an age limit on that. Oh, hell yes, Henry.
Son of a dick. Ah, I hate when they make you go all the way around for this shit. God damn it.
That was both of you. Alright, do you have both of them on here or just one?
Both.
Yeah, I don't need any of that shit, so. Alright, I'm gonna be level 51 pretty soon here. Ah, damn it. Let me look up how to get a Gale Cat real quick. I'm curious.
I don't remember what dungeon it's in. But I can probably just buy you one. I mean, I'm sitting over here with almost 10 mil.
No, let's not waste our money on that sale when we can get it from like a Fate or Dungeon or something. Come on.
Where's the drop at, though?
I'm looking.
I think it's from a Fate.
Welcome back, Cameron. You believe us? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, Jackal.
It's a Gale Kitten.
The right career can change your life. At Penn Highlands Community College, we are here to help you find your calling in one of our affordable and transferable 35-plus programs.
Some
With a
all
degree
final
in
chest.
engineering technology, discover the art of drawing with CAD software. Become the building technician or designer you are meant to be. Let us be a part of your
Some
story.
all
Discover you
in the final
at
chest.
PennHighlands.edu.
Oh, that's a dungeon.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know what level dungeon it is, though.
That's the one with the dragons. Like going to Nidhogg.
It's a level 53 dungeon. Morden
Yes,
Passage.
in Heaven's Word. Which, by the way, I want that minion as well, Guru, so.
I'm down to go fucking try to grind for it at some point.
Fuck yeah.
I want my bird!
This is my first bird.
I'm staying. I want my bird, damn it. I said there's nothing wrong with being single.
Nope, I'm happily single. I mean, aside from in here, in this game. Isn't that right, my waifu? My mouths are always so much bigger than yours.
I know, you're so much taller than
I am a tall bitch.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Yeah, Gale Kitten is a minion dropped at the end of the Samal dungeon. So yeah, we'd have to just grind the shit out of that dungeon in order to get it.
No, I didn't get it yet, Cameron. I didn't know. Stop dying, Draft.
Breathe, nigga!
Breathe, Draft.
I'm fine.
Probably not.
What? What? Don't act like you don't have any birds.
I know, but I've been trying this thing for like 3 nights straight now.
I'm sorry. I'm still here, aren't I?
Yeah.
Apparently he doesn't.
What?
Giraffity doesn't know how to breathe.
No. I know how to breathe very well.
This one, bitch, yes.
Which one is that? That's
That
pretty
is-
as hell.
That is favorite way, and
No, they're more like a lavender. Yeah, like a purplish. I really like purple. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm running story shit, so she's off doing dungeons and shit with Rafferty at the moment.
Nope. Ah. Nirvana? There wasn't many options left after the others. Yeah.
Yeah, I had 4 out of the 7 birds. When I get all 7 birds, I get a phoenix now.
Motherfucker.
Ooh.
God damn it.
Oh, that was... Lost the healer. Oh well. The other healer wasn't even healing anyways, they were guessing, so...
Oh no, these slide. These definitely slide.
It's not in this area.
You just can't fly in this area.
Hey, fetch quests are the bane of my friggin' existence.
I have 4 birds.
More ready for the world.
Are you still banned from this whole shit? I thought I had banned you. I could have sworn I had banned you. Pretty sure I have banned you that we all talked.
Yeah, new shoes. Yeet.
That's somebody else I know. I don't remember. She is the guy from Central, yeah.
Let me go see if I can do my ironwork stuff. Or not. Why do they keep give me quests that are out in this fucking area? Like, nigga, I want to go explore and shit. Like, for fuck's sake. Oh, my god. Keep making me do fetch quests. Like, I need to go upgrade my fucking gear, and they keep on putting me in shit that's over in this area. Stop it. Like, it's this bullshit where they're making me go back and forth. It's just, oh my god, stop.
Oh no, I remember why you got banned. We'll see about unbanning you. Like, try not to ask about that. Asking doesn't get you on ban. I have no course I do, and I regret even buying it. I'm not big on games like that, to be honest. I'm more of an MMO nerd. MMORPGs.
Okay.
What am I gonna do? Soon. I do that one recording, but like.
They keep making me go back and forth between the same 2 points. Fuck. There isn't. There is no teleport for this. What are you doing, Kitty? Kitty's stretching. Fuck, I gotta do a dungeon. Shit.
But this week's just been a little rough, Jacob, so right now I have to move in recording.
Kitty! Hi!
I need another beer. Suck here.
What? Who are you staring at, Kitty? You wanna fucking go? We'll fuck you up. I'll boop the shit out of my cat.
Yeah, that means you're still banned. Meaning I'm not just stepping from the lot.
After this quest, I should be level 51.
Good.
I get gravity at 52. I mean, it'll be my first AoE damage.
The jump gets gravity. Oh.
Let me look it up. Gravity. What's it do? 200 potency for the first enemy, 10% less, and 20%. Okay. That's not bad, actually. Considering all the weaker shit that I have, that will be my strongest attack. Yeah, that'll be my strongest attack.
What is it?
Gravity.
I know, but what does it say?
Well, I'm in the middle of the fight. I'll tell you in a sec. Unexpected damage of 200%, 200 potency. Hits the first enemy for 100% damage, and then 10% less for each additional enemy.
That's pretty much holy. Gravity.
Once again, it'll be the strongest attack I have.
It
So
says the exact, it says the exact same thing.
for holy,
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm basically getting my holy in two levels. Nice. Because currently my highest, strongest attack is 150 potency. So, yeah, that'll definitely be nice. Get
It's
a
an
stronger.
AoE, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No. So it's holy. Is it centered around you or like on your enemy?
On your enemy. Deal unexpected damage to a target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 200 for the first, and then 10% less for each additional enemy.
So it's like a ranged holy because holy centers around you. You can't like cast it from afar.
Yeah.
So it's almost better than holy in certain ways.
Let's see. Earthly Star. Deploys an Earthly Star and grants the effect of Earthly Dominance. Executing stellar detonation while under the effect of Earthly Dominance creates a stellar burst dealing unexpected damage, a potency of 150 to all nearby enemies. Also restores HP of self and nearby party members. Cure potency 540. After 10 seconds, Earthly Dominance effect is changed to Giant Dominance. Waiting 10 seconds to executing stellar detonation while under the effect of Giant Dominance creates a stellar explosion, dealing unexpected damage with a potency of 200 to all nearby allies. Also restores HP of self and to all nearby party members. Cure potency 720. So that'll be my strongest attack, Earthly Star. Yeah, that's fucking broken. Yeah, Earthly Star is fucking incredible. And then Malefic 3 will be potency of 220. What's the cooldown on gravity anyway? Oh, it's damn near instacast. Bruh, I can spam the shit out of gravity. Bruh, let's go.
Nice.
And Earthly Star has a 60-second cooldown.
What's the cast on gravity?
Gravity is 3-second cast time, 2.5 second recast.
Oh.
So
it's a tiny bit slower than holy.
I mean, but hey, shit.
But other than that, it's basically holy. It's just like a tiny bit slower holy. Because holy is like 2.8 seconds and 2.3.
Well, that also goes up with if you got like spell speed stuff and shit.
Yep. So like, yeah, dude, that sounds awesome. That's your holy, and holy is a really good spell. It just spam AOE.
Yeah, I get that in 2 levels. Level 52. I'm level 50 still, but I'm like
I don't know what
10K.
the hell Ciel is telling you that it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, the fuck it does.
Damage goes down the lower their health.
No, the more enemies that are around. Like, as long as you don't do it in big fucking clusters, it'd be a good single target thing, is basically what you're saying. Or like
Even
in
when
dungeons.
there is big clusters.
Yeah.
It just spreads it around more.
Mm-hmm.
It actually does more damage, like, the more people are around.
I'll have to try it once I get it.
I mean, not on the individual, but on, like, the total level. Like, you know, if you do it to one enemy, it does 200. If you do it to 100 enemies, it, you know, does 200 to a bunch of them. Not quite, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Math.
Oh, dude, I can make it fucking instacast. Yeah, I can make gravity instacast.
Yep, swift cast.
Yeah, no, I have an ability called Light Speed. Reduces MP cost for spells by 50% and cast time for spells by 2.5 seconds. So I can make it insta-cast. Bruh.
Oh, nice.
And that lasts for 10 seconds.
Nice.
Oh my god, yes.
I already got the card and the mount.
And then I also got my fucking card that reduces cast time and crap too. Bruh. That attack is about to be broken.
$99, holy shit. Damn, I got lucky.
I don't know. We will at some point. The reason I have it is because yes, Discord POS, you do have to be certain. Kind of implemented that rule in my server too, because I don't know.
Good. I got pity because my group does soul healer and I main healer. It's like, oh god, I know your pain.
Hey, level 51.
Doesn't make sense to go into my house because we go into the dungeon so much, but I was gonna be like, hey, we should go listen to some tunes. Oh yeah.
I did add more to the thing.
Oh really? Nice. Feel free to create a playlist. I like having that. Fun little addition to the house. They're not that expensive either. You should get one. Did you get one? Hmm? Oh, I asked if you bought one. Yeah, an orchestrion. Oh yeah. Drunk night. I don't.
Really drunk that night. You don't remember shit.
No, I don't remember any of that.
Oh my god, maybe that's like the best part of my channel. Like fun doing shit.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back to this. I'll be right back. I'm headed to that. I'll be right back at this fucking spot, because this is ridiculous. And I need to go fucking upgrade my shit. If I even can, for that matter. I'm not sure if I can. Only one way to check.
Your kitty's been around this entire time and mine hasn't come around once.
Oof.
Has that ever happened before?
I don't think so. Don't you fucking yawn at me. Please tell me I can upgrade my shit.
Alright. I don't know why I thought of this, but I was reminded of parties in Final Fantasy XI. And would you believe that in that game people would find
I'm kinda excited for it, but not really.
Before they
I mean, I'll play it, but yeah.
Yeah. That's considered like common courtesy in that game. It's like partying, like setting up a party and doing shit takes so long in that game that it's considered common courtesy. Yeah. So it's like,
oh, I already have it.
They're like, oh shit, I have to leave, and they'll notify the party leader.
Do I already have it?
I have to leave in like half an hour. I have to leave in an hour. Can you help me look for a replacement? So then you'll have the party leader and like the person that's gonna leave, like looking for.
Oh, I'm already wearing it. Okay.
Ready to step in like as soon as they leave. One of the big reasons for that though is but I was gonna say, like, one of the reasons for that is because you can't just like queue up for stuff like in town in 11. You have to like travel out there and do it. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of setup involved, and people really appreciate that. They don't want to waste their time on stuff. So
I forget, how do you get Allegan Tomes? Huh? Yeah, I have a shitty belt. That's what's bringing my shit down.
somebody said that all mounts can fly now, but I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah, it's my belt that's bringing down my fucking item level. Cause my belt's at fucking item level 46 compared to everything else that's around 120 to 110. So like, yeah, I desperately need a new belt.
Yep, sounds like it. You can get an Ironworks belt, can't you?
No, I need the seal thing.
Oh, you need
I need the
Chrome
seals.
Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I
I only have 31 of them, and it cost 180. You cleaning yourself now, kitty? I understand. You do you. You guys and your fucking Batmobiles.
We gotta pull up next to each other. Good, you.
Where do I even go to get that? Where do I go to get that? Because it doesn't. That event doesn't last much longer.
You're probably not gonna have enough time to grab it.
Well, it's still out for like 2 weeks, I think.
Did you see that screenshot that I got when I posted your fixing vids like a while ago when I first got this car? Yeah. It's like you were standing outside, like leaning over, and I was like, "Yeah, picking up chicks in my car."
Yeah, you have to get into the gold saucer and grind the shit out of the points.
How many do you need?
There needs to be car racing in this game.
200,000.
You should almost do the quest line as soon as you unlock it, because the reward redemption will be around longer than the quest to unlock it.
Yeah, I think I got like 1,000 points or some shit.
Yeah, so don't worry about that. Do the quest that for 15. If are they even still in the game?
Summertime is finally here, and what brings on the feeling of summer more than delicious ballpark
Have
friends?
you've defeated Ultima Weapon, right?
Swimming pool.
Yeah,
you
I
have
did.
to.
Asking ketchup or mustard or
Okay,
both.
so you should try to
Get the
find the
grill,
15
ballpark, or wherever your
quests
friends and family are gathered, and say
as
hello
soon
to
as
summer
possible,
with Ballpark
because I don't think they'll be around for much longer. But I think the Gold Saucer Redemption will be around for a lot longer, so you worry about that later. Just do the 15 quests now.
Also, they're keeping the mouse around for a while, or?
Yeah, because I'm guessing it's like how they did the Garo thing. Which I don't know what Garo is. I guess it was like a TV show on, like a Japanese TV show. That they did the same thing, where there's like redemption points like in the Gold Saucer. But they shut down the quest line to unlock that before they shut down like the redemption for NPC.
So do the 15 quest line first. To unlock the redemption, to unlock the way to get to the mount.
Yep. And then worry
You'll
about
like the
farming.
quest line, though. The quest line is really cool.
It is. Yeah. But yeah, then worry about redeeming Gold Saucer points later after you completed the quest.
In fact, I might, at some point, live stream that quest line on my card.
Oh yeah?
Let's see. Astrology.
Have you not done it on... Wait, which... Your Bard?
Yeah,
That's a different character?
Yeah, it's a different character. I made a bard the level with Gur.
Oh, nice.
Kitty, did you just fucking sneeze?
What?
The kitty just fucking sneezed. She didn't sneeze on me, but I'm just saying the disrespect, cat. The disrespect. How dare you? Okay. Time to upgrade my globe.
You know what?
Cast Glamour.
Best mount in the game. No.
Okay. So my Astro is at 114 for the item level, which is only 2 points behind my Red Mage. So Hey. What are you staring at me for? You want to fucking go? I'm not scared of you. You're just staring at me. Alright, I need to grind for level 52. Our way of disrespect. Alright.
Stop, Jordan.
Alright then. Ha! Let's go back to fucking questing, I guess.
You can do it. I've already.
Well, where's the Final Fantasy 15 quest line?
What the fuck is this? Hold on, I don't even remember. No, forgot it. Might have to look it up. Oh, nice slipper, Jordan.
Oops. Let me look it up.
You're a cow! How dare you call me a cow? That was a regalia I was riding. Oh, you doing? Okay.
What are you doing, Kitty? No, that's the trailer for it. Where the fuck do you go to do the goddamn quest? I'm looking it up.
Oh, you're a cow! Tell him, girl. Tell him.
You're a cow!
I don't think probably because we're not friends, Sasuke. Like I said, I will talk to my mind. Gotta drop it for right now. Roy's not here. I don't think he'll be back for another week.
Oh, Noctis outfit. I need to do that. Okay, the Man in Black. Flames near the Flames Grand Company. Yeah, I want that. I'm gonna go get Noctis's outfit. Fuck yeah, dude. Eight 597.
sword. Too bad it doesn't exist. Why can't I have a sword, Drafty?
I don't know. Okay, I need to go use the restroom after this fight, still, so don't queue us up until I get back.
Okay.
Since you are in charge now.
Yay! I like being in charge.
Yay.
Really?
Ooh.
Move, bitch. There you go. Man in Black. Okay.
Those are my roles last couple nights. Yep.
Okay, BRB real quick. Okay, I'm back. Get-
Don't call me a cow, you dirty cow. Call me a cow. These cows out here call me cow. Can you believe that's ill?
You are a cow.
What?
Hey, it's a cow. No, a cow.
Thought I knew you better than that, Phil, you cow. Call me a cow.
Hey guys, look, it's a Noctis.
He's so pretty. Probably refresh backwards. Mine.
It's not voiced, and I'm sad.
I know.
I missed it.
It's alright. Can I be cheering through the Josu? I doubt it.
Yeah, a wild Noctis appeared. That's why it's hard for me to find.
Die on
Can't
me,
get
Leo.
it out of my head. Miss her, kiss her, love her. Kitty, what are you doing now?
Dami is my senpai.
Before I step to meet a fly girl, within some portion, she's the best thing in the world. Fly. She'll drive you right out of your mind, steal your heart when you're blind. Beware, she's scheming. She'll make you think you're dreaming. You'll fall in love and you'll be screaming, demon.
Ow!
Looking for a mellow fellow like the road getting paid. Late, so better lay low. Scheming on hot
shit.
just start
Her
checking
little
on my
hoe should be
merch,
cut
bro.
like
I'll
an
go
afro.
to
So what you saying, huh? She's winning to you, but I know she's a loser. How did you know? Me and the crew used to do her.
Go. What's my character based off of? She is based off of I was Bloody Queen Flash from Hellblade. That's her main base.
Okay, so we do have boy.
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 Hi. Look, another wild Noctis appeared.
References behind her.
That's why it's hard for me to find. Noctis has his attacks and shit. Bruh. He does his attacks from the game. That's awesome. I know, right? Hi, Kitty.
Click or tap the banner to listen to Performed on Ellen. Music and videos by artists who performed on Ellen. Brought to you by our friends at Cheerios. Get good, Graham.
Well, we're pretty much doing this the whole time, so. So this probably won't be super entertaining, but we'll have to see that far.
I thought they already win. I thought they already win.
Why the fuck did you go right in the middle?
I thought they already win.
No! We go after the guy died. World of Light? Oh, maybe. Watch Angry Danger move away. I have not yet. Trey comes to the raft and you are not a tank. George pushing that, by the way.
No, I am not a tank.
Ran right the fuck out the middle. Say no hi, just come kill me. End my life.
I thought they already fired the damn thing off.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of fun.
It was funny. I saw a flash of light, I was like, oh okay, they did the thing. I ran out to the middle.
I think that's a lot of fucking health. Ow, bitch.
Heard the word?
I'm just by myself.
Funny that that guy's here for the card and I got that in the first run.
If I don't get the bird in like 59 maps, I need to actually buy it. Yeah.
The lag ain't helping, I tell you that much.
Oh yeah, the critical mode I heard is not first time mode. Yeah, you can buy them out if you get enough to max the hood. Like I got 40 of these things and that's not but I usually end up getting the damn out before I get enough to buy it.
Ow.
I know, right? Like, what is it? Let's just find it. Once I fix that first over.
What? Oh god. I need to check that out later.
Oh no, boy! You killed Noctis. Can I not heal him?
If it doesn't drop. If it drops and I can win it before.
Yeah, I can, okay.
I know, right?
What? I'm fine. like I got people helping me now, though. Ow, bastard. Stop dying, boy.
Fuck.
Yeah. I know. I keep seeing that too. It's like,
I got 3 minutes to kill this thing. This is ridiculous. Damn it. Boy! Wake up, boy! Like, for fuck's sake, I'm low on mana. Like, dude. Ugh. Awful.
Well, have you done all of your roulette?
3 people watching me. What? Oh, yeah. I'm done with this. I'm almost done. Pending I can actually finish it. I have 2 minutes to do so. Fuck, dude.
I need to do a level 50 dungeon for my journals. Yeah. Maybe we'll get it for leveling.
Okay, I did it. Oh. Took for fucking ever though. It's not that it was hard, it's just for fuck's sake. Later.
I know Rhino. Ready?
Yeah. Let me go finish this quest first.
Oh, I agree, Sasuke. They better change that up and make it way better.
What?
Sonic movie.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna watch this clip.
Oh, you're fine. I'm like not going under.
Alright.
Your brother's playing 14? Well, that's good for him. I love my outfit. Oh, he does that all the time, Jack. He's like my he got them out lucky, yeah. Eventually.
Oh my god, that was so stupid of me.
Yeah, I can see why you...
I just wasn't paying attention. I was like, oh, okay, I'm supposed to run in the middle now. Like, no, it was like... Everybody's just like, why is he running out to the middle?
Yeah, that's what the Twitch clip fetch is meant for, like any clips from anything I do on my stream.
So did my duty roulette thing reset?
It's Samurai.
Yeah, mine didn't reset yet.
Ooh, you got some nice gear on your samurai.
I know, I love this set. I bought it.
Yeah, mine didn't reset.
It did reset?
It did not.
I mean, do you want to still go, or?
No, there's little, benefit for doing so, so.
What? Get out then.
Well, rude.
You want to do a level 50 dungeon?
Mine's not
At
reset
Charmin,
now.
we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public.
I mean, not
we
for
decided to
roulette.
sing about it.
Let's do level 1.
Red Mage is pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah, let's go.
Charmin Ultra Soft is softer than ever. Enjoy the go with Charmin. Click for coupon.
Edgy song. But yeah, this right here is my
Focusing can
Sam.
be hard,
As soon as
especially
the
when something's
light
distracting you
comes
every
back
few
up-
songs.
Actually, you know what? I got a better idea.
But thankfully,
Hey,
we're
Luis.
here to talk about V8 Plus Energy. It has steady energy from tea to keep you going when you need to focus. At only 60 calories and no added sugar, it'll keep you feeling light and refreshed throughout the day. And did we mention it includes a combined serving of veggies and fruits? That's plant-powered energy from V8 Plus Energy. Power up.
Now we
Tap to buy now.
feel like that's my outfit, guys. As you can see it a little bit. Jordan is kind of hanging on my shoulder right now. What's funny is this outfit should more be meant for public cars.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, totally could.
This is not every song. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, my house.
Okay.
I'll show you all my other swords. Oh, wait. Might be two, actually. I'm gonna flex. My flex is cool, like. Tidal Wave Katana. I know, right there, Joe. Tidal Wave 1. Titan 1. Ready? Slowly one. Yeah. I need to make a bar just I got both.
Da-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I have not break though, but I'm pretty sure they're gorgeous. Oh, I know, Jacko. You're telling me things I already know, my dude. Disability or absorb material? That's a good one. Good question. I know that's Claymore. Yeah, that dungeon we were farming, that's the Claymore I go to. Later. I know Jack, that's good. Now, usually one of these things for a lot of other people. Damn. I'm sure.
Da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
I wouldn't doubt they're not hard.
Some boar.
Boy!
I can't. Not in here, at least.
It's up there out there. Oh god. I want to imagine with this song, this short singing and this show. I'm making my background right now. That's house one. Oh girl.
Taking the midnight train down
Girl, you should like totally sing it. It's playing right now.
Good.
Self-destroy.
Oh.
Sure, I think I'm tired. Oh god, newbies. Newbies!
Oof.
Wait out, guys. Well, this is a really low level dungeon. This is gonna be good for experience. Really good for end experience.
Really?
Yeah, dude, this is like a level 16 dungeon.
So it's good for us?
Yeah. Yeah, like the end game experience will be
I didn't know that.
yeah, the lower it is, the more experience you get. You're a noob, Chow. How dare you?
Oof.
Yeah, she went there.
Oops, wrong one. Need some boar first. Boar.
I mean, I have well over that. That's just the new donation. I mean, Aggie plays him, so I mean, of course you're gonna think of him when he's in it. Yeah.
I know there's so much stuff I'm missing. It's like, what is going on?
You're fine, fella. I'm just joking around.
She'd like people.
I like the way I sing in the rap script. She'll be behind a couple seconds. I will check that out. I can know. I think it has to go. I mean, Seattle was originally a Dragon Ball character. But as far as now, no. Seattle's gonna strictly be outside of the I might not be forced to be.
Doing stuff and things?
Yeah, I guess they're doing something. Maybe games like this are what I like. You don't bore me. There's always something to do.
Yes, even though we are very patiently waiting for Shadowbringers, there's still plenty of stuff for us to do. Oh my god.
So close for us. So fucking close.
I know.
Like games like I love games like this. Like, 'cause they are chill, but you also have a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, third time I played it, dude, he's doing the Oh, I know, right? Here he goes. Dark Knights are getting some love violent. I'm excited for that. It's amazing. Oh, I can't wait. I do guarantee I'm streaming that shit. He was playing it last night, right? He was playing it last night.
I think that was a host. Whoever did that, awesome. Thank you.
I don't really rely on my Dark Horse. I'm kind of glad they're doing that. This one is an MMO. Well, yeah, it's an RPG. It's an MMO. He needs people to play with.
Oh yeah, I did.
So we've given your workout water a boost. Introducing new Propel Vitamin Boost.
I'm not really interested in them.
New Propel Vitamin Boost.
Maybe the unit one. I don't know. Oh, no, though.
Hey Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to Confidence Boost.
I don't like looking like other characters.
This feel-good playlist. Brought to you by the gorgeous hair event at Old Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful.
Get the cat!
Where is she? Well, I kind of can't. I'm in the middle of something.
We also make top-shelf shower oral care deodorant.
Kitty being naughty.
Died trying to pay attention to you.
Right now, get one of our shave
I just died trying to pay attention to what you were saying.
After that, the restock box ships regular size products at regular price. Get yours at dollarshaveclub.com/Spotify.
Sophie, come here.
That's dollarshaveclub.com/Spotify.
Hey, you just got me fucking killed. You know, fuck that. I don't know. Underneath your chair. Yeah.
Please make sure that happens. They always make sure they're noticed.
Alright, let's try this as a red mage, because I was not doing anywhere close to enough damage on that shit.
I know. It's so weird, it makes me worried a little bit.
Oh, I could play this all day if I wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Same. Not for everybody, but it's...
But when the new content comes out, I will
You could do Hildebrand. Trust me, it is worth it. It is so much fun. It's a nice outfit. Do the Hildebrand side quest. Trust me, this stream will have a blast watching that.
Shadowbringers comes out.
I'd have to do this as my astrologian. Like, for fuck's sake, because Noctis is garbage as a healer. And you can't bring your fucking thing with you.
Are you on like the final one?
No, the second one.
No, I'm not turning off slow mode. 3 minutes on. Chris always makes solo music. What else? Never a problem, Cameron. I love
Yeah, I'd have to do this as an astrologer.
Also, for those of you on the YouTube side who dig to read my community posts, I got like good news for you all. I did put in my tweets some other job. So y'all can get some that good.
No, just have heard of it. Well, congrats.
Yeah, for both you, that's actually good. Means I can start fully focusing on the YouTube or YouTube and Twitch stuff. And get more content out for you guys. Basically, I'm full time. Yeah, 1 minute or 3. I will out one big time on my
Oh yeah, I leveled up. Nice. Really nice. Never got a little sensitive.
I do Twitch as well, Michael. Like, my main, I do mainly stream on Twitch. I do try to stream it as well. But for the main part, once I get rid of the job, yeah, once I get rid of the job, I'll be focusing on both. A lot more than I used to. Friend, friend.
Yeah. Luda is adorable. I need that minion.
But on the note of this stream, I think I'm gonna end it. I've been live for 4 hours. Gotta get working on it. So, I would hope for, but he's gonna have this soon. So, I'll be right now. I'm reaching out.
good. Oh. You still didn't get your mount. Well, I'll be around to help you out, so. Pretty soon here, yeah. I'm gonna grab something to eat and then go to bed. I know, I like that too. It's super good. Makes me want to level Sam just for that. Very sharp, very sharp. Alrighty. You have a good one. Night, Nate.
Yep, it's a pain in the ass. Huh? Probably. Fuck. What? He's doing his best. There we go. Did it. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream.